So much, Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the Commission. I will now call roll. Greg Heyman.
Present.
Emily Simnett. Demetrius
Present.
Davis.
Oh, sorry. Did you hear me?
Thank
Could
you.
you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Present.
Demetrius Davis Boucher. Michael Dembro.
I'm here.
Richard Devlin.
Here physically, but perhaps not in spirit.
Helen Edward. Arnel Fajardo.
Present.
Evelyn Coker.
Present.
Devin Lawson. Teresa Martinez. Teresa Martinez.
It looks like her screen is frozen up, so perhaps.
Jen Proctor Andrews. Mary Middleton.
Present.
Jennifer Smith.
Present.
Gail Yamasaki.
Here.
That concludes the roll call, and we have a quorum, Chair.
Thank you so much, Guthrie. I want to quickly welcome you. I want to give a special thanks to those of you who were participated in the funding and achievement meeting yesterday, a very informative meeting, which we'll get a report on later, but it's always great where additional commissioners attend that and participate in that work. So thank you. We have a pretty full agenda. I'm looking forward to the conversations that will come from it. I'll have a couple announcements along the way, but I think we'll move forward with a action item that has to do with the minutes from our last meeting. Does anyone have questions or comments or corrections for the meeting minutes? Not, I would entertain a motion to approve.
Move to approve. Second.
Okay, thank you. All in favor? Hands
Aye.
or voice?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we have approved our agenda from our past meeting. We now have the Executive Director report. Executive Director Cannon, are you ready?
I am, yeah. Thanks, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. I'll focus my entire report this morning, or almost the entirety of my report, on an update on the implementation of House Bill 4124. You've been briefed by Commission staff at your last meeting and probably the one before on the bill, and you heard back in April from Oregon Consensus. I'll just remind you, sort of in summary, the requirements of that bill, and then focus on the emerging recommendations from Oregon Consensus about the process that we'll use as a commission and commission staff to meet the requirements of the legislation for creating recommendations to the legislature by around this time next year. But just, as a reminder, and this is contained within previous materials for the commission, both in your from each of your last two meetings. House Bill 4124, adopted by the legislature this year, requires the commission to prepare recommendations related to the future of higher education in Oregon, mission, structure, and sustainability. And it asks or directs the commission to complete those recommendations by April 1st of 2027 with an interim reporting deadline of October 1st of this year. It directs us to utilize the services of a third-party contractor or contractors to do analysis, create findings, prepare potential recommendations, and it emphasizes an inclusive process that draws from local expertise as well as looking around the country and engages our constituents, interested parties throughout the state of Oregon. So in the kind of wake of the passage of the bill, and as we described to the commission at your last meeting in April, we engaged Oregon Consensus, which is a project out of Portland State University, to conduct a series of interviews and focus groups with interested parties from around the state designed to help identify a process that we would use to, as a commission, to get to the point of making recommendations to the legislature. And their assessment is almost complete. They've completed a draft of it that's out for some review by folks who were interviewed, make sure that they've captured those perspectives accurately, and will likely be finalized next week. Because HECC staff will begin to put in motion or set in motion process steps between now and your next commission meeting in June, I want to sort of preview what those are likely to be, even understanding that the final report from Oregon Consensus has not yet been issued. So I'm giving you a sort of a heads up and welcome questions or feedback. Just in a nutshell, Oregon Consensus held 13 focus groups, met with a total of 80 and conducted 31 interviews, met with 87 folks total over the last about 8 weeks. Those included university and college administrators and board members, legislators, faculty, students, foundation leaders, community-based organization leaders, union leaders, workforce and economic development leaders, tribal leaders. So really try to engage a broad swath of interested Oregonians in conducting this assessment related to process. And the recommendations, I'll just very briefly summarize. They include how we frame the work, recommendations related to the framing, and I think it was helpful. They recommend sort of framing this in connection with the long-term system resiliency of Oregon higher education, and recommend taking an aspirational viewpoint. Obviously, some of this work is being driven from a sense of a scarcity and challenge. There's no, I think, ignoring or denying that, but I think many respondents to this assessment process urged us to consider framing this work in a more aspirational way and around the concept of building for the long-term system resiliency of Oregon higher education. A lot of thoughts and some recommendations related to the consultant or consultants who we bring on board to support us in the majority of the work, that they be trusted, visible, and engaged. That the consultants provide or be thought of as a sort of supporting resource to the commission and not necessarily fully the driver towards solutions. So a lot of expectations on the part of folks who were interviewed that the consultants are in an assisting role but are not themselves fully responsible for driving towards or driving all of the recommendations. There was reflection on the foundational principles, a draft of which we shared with you in your commission materials for your last meeting. I think generally an appreciation for those draft principles, an increased desire for them to reflect the sense that we're building this together with Oregon and not independently. Moving a little more tangibly to process and structure, Oregon Consensus is likely to recommend that we establish a steering group for this project that is broadly representative, that includes student, faculty, staff, union, administrative, business, community leaders. The commission itself would likely be represented as well on that steering group, and that group be the place where there's some direct engagement with the consultant, sort of visibility into the project as and guidance to the project as it is developed over time, sense making of the kind of information and findings that the consultant brings back to the group, and ultimately helps to advise HECC staff to advise you, the commission, in the final reports and recommendations. In addition to that core steering group, there will likely be recommendations that we use ad hoc or create ad hoc working groups to address certain specific topics as those emerge over the course of the study. So that would be an additional way to engage others, but also drill down deeper into certain areas. A recommendation that we establish a student advisory group that would similarly help provide regular advising and feedback on the project. We've sort of preliminarily set aside some funding from the legislature that we received for this project to support student stipends, recognizing that to have meaningful and robust and consistent student engagement in a project like this will be benefited by having a small pot of money to support student stipends. In addition, we will take advantage of pre-existing communications and engagement channels such as a government to government with our tribal liaisons, the Coalition of Oregon Public Universities, the Oregon President's Council that's supported by the Oregon Community College Association, Interinstitutional Faculty Senate, and of course the HECC to report on and receive feedback as we go. Commissioner Dembro, working with Kyle Thomas, is establishing a kind of a briefing group of legislators who will receive periodic updates and have the opportunity to weigh in on or ask questions about, provide feedback on the project as it goes. And then finally, I think we're likely to get a recommendation to send this steering group, the first kind of core group that I mentioned, out on the road with the consultant for a series of up to 4 regional forums that we will host and engage folks, particularly outside of the Willamette Valley, in. So that's what we're likely to set in motion over the next month, pending or upon the receipt of the final report from Oregon Consensus. I wanted to give you a sense of that. Really emphasize that at the end of the day, very clearly under the law, responsibility for this project is the commission's. You will determine ultimately the contents of the recommendations that are made to the legislature. That is a commission decision. And so your sort of involvement, both through commission meetings and through likely, the chair's designee participation in that steering group, and other sort of mechanisms that we create is really important because in the end, you have to be able to sort of stand behind the recommendations that we make to the legislature. With that, Mr. Chair, I will conclude my report. You'll see me later in the meeting on strategic plan and on our emergency board funding request. I will note that the materials for today's meeting associated with the executive director report, this report also include our regular monthly or near monthly budget tracker. So if you have questions on our spending within the current biennium against our budget, please don't hesitate to ask or to follow up with me. Thanks.
So you've covered all the items under item 2?
Correct.
Okay,
Yep.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to clarify. I didn't want to skip over anything. Thank you so much. We're going to move on to public testimony. And I just want to, we have a number of people who have signed up to provide oral testimony. I also want to direct your attention to a number of written documents in the agenda, and a lot of them relating to a specific topic on the agenda today, but not all of them. So remind all those who are providing testimony that you limit your testimony to 3 minutes or less. We're going to try to, we want to be able to get through all of them and hear all of you, and then be able to move on with our agenda. So Guthrie, with that, can you?
Yes, thank you
Dave.
so much, Chair. On the written testimony, I will just note for the record, there are 26 written pieces of testimony that have so far been posted. Since close of business last night, I have received approximately 35 more submissions of written testimony, which I did not have a chance to post this morning. Those will all be included as exhibits to the meeting and shared with commissioners after the fact. First up for oral testimony, Abby Lee. Yes.
Just note that I think many of us have received some of those written testimonies directly. So just want you to be aware of that. Also, just for those who are providing testimony, please start by giving your name and indicating the topic that you are addressing. So thank you.
Abby Lee.
Thank you so much, Chair Heyman, Vice Chair Simnett. I am Abby Lee, Executive Director of the Oregon Community College Association. I'll just briefly take a moment. I really want to express my appreciation for the Finance and Achievement meeting that was held yesterday. Vice Chair Simnett, it was extraordinarily inclusive and kind, and we really appreciated the opportunity to hear perspectives from so many different groups. I think it really informs our understanding across a non-system system that we function in. And so again, thank you for the opportunity to present our information, and also appreciated our university partners and much of the same pressures and information that that they shared, we also share. So really want to express our appreciation. And then just very quickly, wanted to highlight that we are working really hard on Workforce Pell, the short-term training, and we're working with CCWD Director Donna Llewellyn, has been incredibly thoughtful in helping guide some of this work, along with Julia Pontani. And we will send some information out to Guthrie, but on May 28th, we are having a lunch and learn along with our HECC partners, Subcommittee Community College, and a really incredible group called Education Design Lab, a lab that's going to help us develop a framework. And then we are hosting a statewide convening for all 17 community colleges to help lead this work along with your HECC staff to make sure that we are ready by July 1st and hopefully by next year. So just wanted to highlight that in case you are getting information that your community colleges are ready, are excited, and we're putting together some plans to make sure that we can implement this across the state. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks, Abby.
Next up, Kristen Hocevar. Kristen Hocevar. Maggie Vanderberg.
Kristen is there. She's on mute, though, I think. No, now she's off.
Is Maggie Vanderberg available?
I am here.
Okay.
Hi,
You may begin
I'm Maggie Vanderberg. I am the chair of the Computer Science Department at Southern Oregon University. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today about the emergency funding needed at SOU. As I detailed in my written testimony, the consultants from Deloitte initially made a significant error in estimating the profitability of SOU's computer science program. While I am pleased they have since corrected this, I remain gravely concerned about their other data they presented and the processes they used. On March 20th, nearly 6 weeks before they presented their initial findings, I received confirmation that they knew about the ETSF dollars that were making the difference in CS. Despite this error and their admission of it, they went forward with it publicly. It took the computer science faculty less than 2 hours to find and fix their mistakes. To put that in perspective, in less than 1% of the time that this global consultancy firm had, we were able to recreate the data with enough certainty to prove it wrong. This isn't just a data point. It's a testament to the high-level analytical skill set we possess and teach at SOU. This analytical rigor is exactly what our regional workforce partners need. After I spoke at a recent Board of Trustees meeting, the Senior VP of Lithium Motors approached me directly about their urgent need for data analysts. According to the State of Oregon's January 26 report on high wage, high demand, and high skill occupations, there will be nearly 1,000 job openings requiring a CS degree with a median annual wage of over $90K. It's baffling that this information was omitted from the final analysis of SOU's workforce alignment. Finally, we really need to look at institutional efficiency. A slide that was removed from Deloitte's final slide deck showed that SOU faculty support between 25 to 50% more students than our peer institutions. We are lean and efficient, but the payroll data tells a different story. While faculty lines are being reduced and administrative spending continues to climb. I urge the Commission to consider how many programs and students, especially student opportunities, could be saved by addressing this imbalance. Cutting chemistry undermines our pre-med and pre-nursing pipeline. Cutting math guts our ability to produce data analysts and data scientists that companies like Lithia need. While I recognize the need for immediate action to address the financial crisis, I urge you to do whatever you can to prioritize the preservation of support staff, faculty, and programs so that we can wait for the results of the statewide study, which could find efficiencies across universities. As the HECC, you hold the unique responsibility and statutory power to coordinate Oregon's institutions of higher education. Acting prematurely before the statewide analysis is complete could result in an SOU that will never recover and the loss of a $286 million economic engine. Wouldn't it be cheaper to just fund education at a reasonable rate? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Kristen Hocevar on the call. Admin Hawkins. Admin Hawkins. Daniel Prince.
And Guthrie, Kristen is there. I see her. She's trying to speak, but we can't hear her.
Oh, so sorry. Let's
Maybe
see.
she's trying to get back in because she disappeared.
I see Kristen. Let's proceed with Daniel Prince's testimony, and I will troubleshoot Kristen's access.
Okay, thanks. Good luck, Kristen. Good morning, Chair Hammond, Vice Chair Simnett, Director Cannon, members of the Commission. My name is Daniel Prince. I live in Corbett, Oregon. I'm a retired school district administrator and a chief petitioner of 2016 ballot measure 99, Outdoor School for All. Thank you for taking my testimony today. I'm here today to urge the Commission to restore outdoor school funding to a full 4% of lottery revenue as voters intended in your agency budget request for the 27-29 biennium. As you know, statewide outdoor school funding, a program for K-12 students, resides in the HECC budget. HECC is the steward for funding that Oregon voters approved in 2016, designating 4% of lottery revenue to ensure access to outdoor school for every Oregon public school 5th or 6th grader. It passed statewide with 67% of the vote. The legislature named the OSU Extension Service as the granting agency with the passage of Senate Bill 439 in 2015. There are good reasons for the tight connection between outdoor school and higher education. First, we advocates wanted this seemingly odd arrangement, K-12 school funding, to go through higher ed because the Extension Service has expertise and a presence in every county to deliver program support and funding to schools. The complementary programs at the Extension Service, such as 4-H, forestry, and agricultural education, also make it a good fit. More importantly, we believed housing the program at the university would facilitate robust research and evaluation of the program. It turns out we were right. Academic researchers and evaluators, along with legions of undergraduate and graduate students, have implemented a robust and comprehensive program evaluation of outdoor school. Multiple years of evaluation indicate that outdoor school promotes essential skills that prepare students for post-secondary education: critical thinking, teamwork, problem solving, collaboration, interest in learning, and scientific literacy. When I was overseeing outdoor school for Multnomah Education Service District, we worked in partnership with our local STEM hub, Portland Metro STEM Partnership, to assess STEM learning in our 6,000 students annually. Building on the research around college and career readiness, especially that of David T. Conley, we assessed in the domains of academic identity and motivational resilience, key indicators of college readiness in STEM. Multiple years of results showed significant gains in these outcomes for students as a result of their participation in outdoor school. Simply stated, outdoor school prepares kids to be college ready in STEM. While I recognize that final funding allocations are decided by the legislature, we hope that the HECC will include full voter approved funding of 4% of lottery revenues in its agency requested budget. Please ensure that outdoor school is funded at a level that maintains access for Oregon students to this profound program while delivering on Oregon voters' intent. Thank you for your time and consideration. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Kristen, should we try again? No audio. Okay. We'll keep troubleshooting. In the meantime, is Admin Hawkins on the call? Calliope Crane?
Hello.
Hello. Please proceed with your testimony.
Hi, my name is Calliope Crane. I'm here to speak because I'm a proud outdoor school nurse requesting that you resume all 4% of the lottery revenue funding for our program because it will produce the largest return on investment, healthy Oregonians, and a healthy Oregon for many generations. With the recent agreements between ODE and OSU, we are going to have even more data points reflecting how ODS is a catalyst for people pursuing further education in our state and staying here to make a difference. Across the globe, scientists are proving the direct correlation between being in nature, surrounded by trusted adults, experiencing community, and positive mental and physical health outcomes. Nationally, we see how Oregon doesn't follow the suggested rules from Washington, D.C., and how we are a standout state in many ways that make us so unique. We have a pride that Oregon does things differently. When I see that there are billions of dollars in cuts to education, nutrition, or access to resources, and compare that to what's happening with the slow dismantling of Measure 99, I wonder, why are we modeling our decisions after those made at our nation's capital on this very important issue? What are you funding with the allocated dollars? What could be more important than making sure we are honoring what 67% of the voters wanted in 2016? I'm one of those curious voters. The nurses have countless stories reflecting what happens every single week for people who come to ODS. They start out apprehensive and unsure, then leave encouraged, empowered, healthy, educated, and certain of themselves. I've served over 4,000 people through this program and see the impact of creating a safe space for social emotional learning to happen. For 60 years, ODS has provided the most successful antidotes to many social determinants of health and improves the disparities of loneliness, stigmas, sedentary lifestyle, depression, anxiety, social pressures, addictions, inequities, and so much more, while being a mirror for people to see themselves as catalysts who can improve their world. It's now becoming such a great influence on programs who are influenced in modeling our work nationwide. Since this 20% cut was imposed, I'm seeing the effects. Participants aren't having the full experience that others had. High quality staff are losing their jobs or aren't receiving the support they need to do the work. Community partnerships are at risk, and most importantly, the students are not receiving the full dose of what ODS can offer. I dare to repeat it. ODS has an exponential return on investment for our state while being a catalyst for a healthier Oregon and healthier Oregonians. Isn't that what we want? People leave in a better condition than when they arrive and are more likely to make better choices. We are out here showing participants how to be stewards in their community, their surroundings, and of their resources. Will you please do the same? Will you please be a steward of our resources in our community and reinstate the 4% lottery revenue back to outdoor school? Please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, trying once again, Kristen Hocevar. Still no. I'm so sorry. Mary Muller.
Hi there. Sorry about that. Just getting all set here. Good morning, Chair Heyman and Commissioners. For the record, my name is Mary Muller, and I'm the Executive Director of the Coalition of Oregon Public Universities. Yesterday, along with our community college colleagues and other higher education partners, we had the opportunity to present our consolidated funding request for the 27-29 biennium to the Funding and Achievement Subcommittee. Thank you to the subcommittee members for their engagement and questions. I wanted to highlight that in our presentation, we stressed our submission directly responds to the budget instructions from DAS and the governor's office to calculate our university-based funding. We also emphasize, and I think this is a really important point, that the UBF will still involve very difficult cuts and tuition increases. Our UBF does not represent true additional investment. We know that we are at the very beginning of the 27-29 budget journey. We're all in this together, and we are at the ready to partner with the Commission and our partners to take every opportunity to advocate for critical resources and additional investment for public universities. We also appreciated hearing about the potential legislative concepts from the HECC in last month's commission meeting. We are reviewing the 14 concepts that were presented, and we are hopeful to see more engagement with public universities throughout your review process, knowing that many of the concepts will have direct impact on our students and institutions. Lastly, I wanted to thank the HECC and Commission for the progress on HB 4124. I know many of our university leaders have had a chance to connect with Oregon Consensus, and we look forward to reviewing their draft report. We are eager to engage with this important effort, and we will be ready for next steps. Thank you.
Thanks, Mary.
Carrie Sojka?
Yes, hello.
Hello.
Hi, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you all today. I'm Dr. Carrie Jean Soika, Associate Professor of Gender, Sexuality, and Women's Studies at SOU, and I'm here today to speak on behalf of my program and in support of our university. The state of Oregon values equity. SOU is an LGBTQ+ friendly campus, and close to a third of our student body identifies with this in some way. This hasn't happened by magic or accident. Our Gender, Sexuality, and Women's Studies program is essential in supporting, retaining, and graduating our entire diverse student body. Deloitte's report has been rushed and without transparency. I'm a qualitative researcher, and we have not received any of their focus group or qualitative survey data, nor is there any transparency about the ways that this qualitative data has informed their report. Further, their quantitative analysis, as stated earlier, is deeply flawed and skewed. For instance, the numbers used to recommend eliminating GSWS as one of only 4 programs, 2 of which were already eliminated before Deloitte, misrepresent our program. They use a 1-year snapshot of 24-25, which came at the year after my sabbatical and the year before that, 2 protected family leaves. Our program is very small, so these losses greatly impacted our numbers, and 24-25 was our year of rebuilding. If we use the numbers simply from this year instead of last, our program is in the black, not the red. Unlike other programs, GSWS was not even included in our first sneak peek from Deloitte, so we didn't have the opportunity provided to other programs to address the flaws with our program's data. However, strong enrollment in GSWS is our norm because students deeply value the work we do and need what we do now more than ever. GSWS is essential at SAU in supporting our LGBTQ+, BIPOC, disabled, first generation, and women students, and in supporting all of our students. We are a 45-year-old program at SOU, and we are a blip in the overall budget, but we have far outsized results in retaining and graduating students from across the university because of our campus programming and our focus on experiential learning. We also deeply support our region and the state through community education and engagement, having provided education to the statewide and District 8 Department of Human Services, the Oregon Health Authority, the Oregon Office of Rural Health, the Oregon Resource Association, the Nonprofit Association of Oregon, many of our regional medical and behavioral health organizations, and many, many other local government and nonprofit organizations. They all demonstrate that our region and our region's economy need us. And without GSWS at SOU, all of this disappears. I implore the HECC to approve moving forward with the funding that our university needs, but to do what is in your power to allow our Board of Trustees and our university much more runway to plan and implement needed changes at SOU in consideration of the serious issues with the consultant's data and lack of full transparency. There are dire risks to our state's commitment to equity and cultural competency, as well as Southern Oregon's economy and well-being if GSWS is eliminated at Southern Oregon University. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's see, Kristen Hosevar, you've now called in. 3rd time's the charm.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you for your patience. Greetings, members of the Commission. I'm an associate professor at Southern Oregon University, and SOU is my topic. We urgently need your full attention if Oregon desires to continue to have a comprehensive university in the region. SOU is the only non-polytechnic public 4-year institution between Chico, California and Eugene, Oregon, a span of nearly 400 miles. As you know, Deloitte Consulting was commissioned by the state to provide a, quote, practical path to a balanced budget, including a number of useful deliverables that would help the institution. Instead, for $500,000 state dollars, what SOU received was a slide deck containing information we already know about why we're in this situation, inaccurate data and analysis, and unclear recommendations to move a portion of our administrative services to some other provider. We hope that the HECC understands that SOU will need assistance in pursuing such a shared administrative services model and will support collaboration between Oregon institutions to keep jobs in Oregon rather than outsourcing services to private companies, including Deloitte's own, as they recommend. Ultimately, what Deloitte's presentation suggests is that SOU cannot be a financially sustainable comprehensive university without a change in the state's funding model. Many of their recommendations, such as online coursework, certificates, and stackable micro-credentials, are ideas that SOU has already been pursuing for years, and yet we're still in this financial position. Deloitte recommended cutting about 25 to 35% of our full-time permanent faculty, which would necessitate a significant number of tenured position cuts. We've already cut 25% of our faculty just in the past 4 years. In the same time period, we saw a much smaller decline in students. Because of this disproportion, Deloitte noted that our faculty to student ratio is already extremely efficient. In fact, SOU's faculty currently serve more students per faculty than any comparator institution. We currently have fewer than 140 faculty, and requiring a further quarter-plus reduction to the faculty suggests to me that the university can't remain comprehensive, which may result in a loss of enrollment we can't recover from. I think what Deloitte is ultimately telling you with its report is that if you're 46th in the nation in funding your 4-year public institutions of higher education the way that Oregon is, this is what you get. Deep cuts that they note themselves are almost impossible to execute in the necessary time frame. And the only other alternative they provide is a, quote, controlled wind down of the university. If Oregon is unwilling to change its funding model for higher education and ultimately does need to close the university, do you want SOU, representing such a large geographic and rural region of the state, to be that university? We know that these same problems are coming to all of the Oregon public 4-years, particularly the regionals, due to decades of inequitable funding. If SOU were to shrink to the point of no longer being truly comprehensive, there will be significant political repercussions from constituents in Southern Oregon. This has already begun. There will be significant economic repercussions to the region as well, as SOU is widely known as one of the main economic drivers in Southern Oregon. If the HECC and the governor's office truly want SOU to survive, you need to do more to help that happen. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much. Glad we were able to hear your testimony.
Sheila Martin. Sheila
you, Guthrie.
Martin? Yes.
Thank you. Yes. Good morning, Chair Heyman, Vice Chair Simnett, Director Cannon, and members of the Commission. For the record, I'm Sheila Martin, and it's my honor to serve as Vice President of Public Affairs and Chief of Staff to Portland State University President Ann Cudd. I'm here to provide an update on PSU's financial sustainability planning. While some of you are very familiar with this work, I welcome the opportunity to provide you with an update. Universities across the state and country are struggling, and yet PSU has faced some unique challenges. Our enrollment was significantly impacted by a perfect storm of the pandemic, the damaged reputation of Portland and its central city, the decline of community college transfers from our most important community college partners, federal immigration policy, and visa issues that have impacted our international enrollment and especially graduate enrollment. All told, PSU has lost more than 20% of its student population since 2019. Our updated forecasts estimate that PSU will need to reduce expenditures by $35 million over the next 2 fiscal years to close the budget deficit by fiscal year 2027-2028, which has been mandated by our Board of Trustees. The process to close this deficit that PSU has been engaging in over the past year is anchored in prioritizing the student experience, considering the future state of PSU, and aligning personnel with strategic needs. We have informed these processes, we have informed our decisions by a number of processes that have examined our instructional portfolio as well as our administrative and fiscal operations. We have more data now than we've ever had about our instructional portfolio and how aligned it is with market needs and student demand, as well as our administrative processes and how we can make them more efficient. President Cudd, after adding all of this information, has made the difficult determination that Portland State must undertake reduction and, in some cases, elimination of several academic departments across the university to address the university's structural deficit. She subsequently invoked Article 22 of our collective bargaining agreement. This is a component of the CBA between the Portland State University and our faculty union, PSU AAUP. Article 22 may be invoked when the university is required to reduce or eliminate departments to avoid significant disruption to essential university services due to financial distress. The Article 22 process outlines a timeline and a process, including that the president is meeting with AAUP leadership about the financial condition of the university. She's given a presentation to Faculty Senate and has provided the opportunity for public comment. The next step in the process is to release a provisional plan, excuse me, which will be followed by a public comment period and meetings with affected departments before a final plan is released. So I'm happy to answer any questions you might have, and I appreciate everything you do to advocate for students and critical institutions like Portland State.
Thank you for the update on the work at PSU.
Gary Taylor. Gary Taylor.
Yep, should be here. Thank you so much. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Perfect. Chairs and members of the Higher Education Committee, thank you so much for having me. For the record, my name is Gary Taylor, and I'm here to urge the full restored funding of the 4% lottery dollars to the outdoor school programs as approved by voters. I think it's important that we show voters that we believe in what they say and what they're passionate about. Many others have already said how important outdoor school is to it. There are a lot of residual benefits that come beyond just the kids that go for the week. Although I believe the week is life-changing for kids, it is a level playing field. They come, all kids have meals, all kids have adults that care about them, all kids have an opportunity to learn without the barrier of grades and those things. It is super, super important that we listen and restore those. In addition, I've done this a long time. I've watched sixth graders decide they're going to be teachers, and I've watched them become teachers because of that outdoor school program. And more importantly, I watch high school and college age leaders find their passion for education through the outdoor school program. It is a part of our higher education effort. It is a part of our state. It matters. It has expands career and technical education, supports underserved students, strengthens workforce readiness for many young people, and creates opportunities for people who might otherwise be left behind. This is not an abstract program. This is real students, real families with real futures supported by the voters. They want these programs in our state. I've already seen the funding changes have effects locally. Kids are going for shorter sessions, which are harder to have the full impact. Schools are backing out entirely. This needs to change. Higher education needs to value the feeder, the pipeline, and outdoor schools is one of those pipelines. It creates students that are committed, and it creates educators that are going to come back and teach those. Every dollar invested in outdoor school comes back in a variety of ways to our communities. I respectfully ask that you listen to the voters, you respect their decision, and you include this in there. I leave the rest of my time for any questions, but so thankful that you had me here today.
Thank you, Gary.
Jenna Jones.
Yeah, Chair Heyman, members of the commission, for the record, I'm Jenna Jones. I'm the Director of Government Relations with Northwest Regional Education Service District. We're the largest education service district in the state and also the largest provider of outdoor school in the state. While our region as an ESD only encompasses 4 counties, we serve almost 10,000 students annually for outdoor school in 7 counties. I'm also here to talk about including the full 4% of Oregon lottery revenues in your agency requests budget. I want to just start with outdoor school is not a luxury. It's an Oregon legacy. Students engage in hands-on immersive lessons alongside their peers, educators, and our high school student leaders. They engage deeply in science, math, literacy, and data analysis. They're forming hypotheses, collecting field data, and writing evidence-based conclusions. Outdoor school aligns with the next generation science standards and represents one of Oregon's strongest examples of experiential real-world learning. We know that the voters recognized that outdoor school was super important, and it was also important to establish a dedicated funding stream that was separate and aside from the state school fund so that all districts, no matter where they're at, could attend. For us, Clatsop County before Measure 99 did not send any kids to outdoor school, and now they're pretty much fully served. All their school districts send kids to outdoor school. For us as a site provider and operator of outdoor school, we're already feeling the cuts from last biennium and the failed attempt to get outdoor school funding restored this last legislative session. The first year of the cut, we used one-time reserve funds and exhausted all of those one-time reserve funds so that we didn't have to make big cuts to our programming. However, going into the next school year, we just went through an additional $2 million reduction to our outdoor school budget. What that means for us is that we're cutting 20 staff positions, and we're also no longer operating at one of our 5 sites. So we're reducing capacity and accessibility by no longer serving at 5 sites. For us, after Measure 99, that allowed us to expand our staffing to meet safety standards. We value the safety of our students who go to outdoor school, and prior to having stable funding, there were some things that weren't being invested in. We also made sure that there were more equitable outcomes through being able to have translation services and recruit and make communities of color feel safe coming to our sites. We also have had students with disabilities who require extra care and sometimes extra equipment to experience things like Rockaway Beach on a beach wheelchair come to our sites. So without these dedicated funding, we are going to go back on a legacy that Oregonians truly care about. And in a time when kids are addicted to screens and screen time is blowing up national news, outdoor school continues to be one of those untraditional learning spaces where kids stay off of screens. In a time when there's chronic absenteeism, outdoor school serves as a pathway to re-engage students because it's hands-on and gets them out of the classroom environment. We really urge you to fully fund outdoor school in your agency request budget, and thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
That concludes our oral testimony, Chair.
Oh, thank you, Guthrie. I want to thank all of you who provided oral testimony and written testimony. All of us greatly appreciate that. I think it's a critical part of informing our work, and so grateful for the time that you've taken to put that testimony together and present it today. We're going to move on to a consent agenda. Just to remind you, consent agenda is a structure, a strategy for trying to move quickly on items that we feel are non-controversial. But if there are 2 items on the consent agenda, if anyone has a reason to withdraw an item from the consent agenda so we can address it individually, this is your opportunity to do that. Hearing none, I would ask for a motion on approving the consent agenda.
So moved, Mr.
Okay, I think we have a first and a second somewhere in there.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. All in favor of approving the consent agenda, give a hand signal, a voice of some sort.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, we're going to move on to item 5. This is an action item, but for a little context here, this was an item that was included in last meeting's consent agenda. It was asked to be removed from the consent agenda, and so it now comes to us as an action item. And so do we have, Veronica, is there any presentation we have on this, or we're pretty well familiar with the item at this point?
Chair
would
Heyman,
entertain-
I am
Yes.
unable to present this morning, but I do believe Anthony Medina might be available.
Okay, thank you so much. Any questions or a motion to approve?
I move to approve. This is Gail.
Thank
I'll
you.
second. I'll second this, Michael.
We have a first and a second. We'll move to a vote. Approve the action item 5.0. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you so much. I want to offer what is mostly an apology to you. As your board chair, I'm supposed to be aware of sort of our I guess you say our bandwidth and our processes for this, and I made a couple of errors in the way in which we handled this last time, and so I just want to be clear on that in 2 ways. One, the first was a process error, And that is when a commissioner asks that an item be removed from the consent agenda, which our commissioner very appropriately did. So there's nothing wrong there. The problem I did is that it ended up not being on the agenda as a result. And that is not what's supposed to happen. If you remove it from the consent agenda, it's supposed to stand on the agenda as an individual item. And I did not do that, and I apologize for that, but we've corrected that today. The other one is perhaps a more substantive issue that I just want to remind us of, which is something I think becomes even more critically important as you look at some of the future work that the Commission will be called to do. And that is when we approve a program, our job is to make sure that the process for submitting that and approving that program has been met. And it is clearly not the responsibility or the actually within our category of function to address or question the content of that curriculum. I forgot that. If I had been still wearing my community college president's hat, I would have been very clear on that issue, because we as individual institutions very much want to retain our, I think, appropriate authority over the curriculum that we offer. And so I just want to remind us that our role is not to get into the weeds of the content of a program, but to assure that that the criteria for approving a program have been met. And there are two things. One thing I want to come out of that is, I think, well, we're going to have a very important process coming up, and we're already engaged in, and that is a pursuit of a common shared general education component to all of our programs statewide. It is very important for us to remember that while we, as the Commission, can work towards, or it is our responsibility to achieve a fully transferable shared gen ed, it is not our responsibility to determine what the learning outcomes for that gen ed should be. Those are the responsibilities of the institutions, and especially the faculty in those institutions. And our process for addressing that gen ed program reflect that understanding. But I just want to make sure we understand what our role is in that. It's very important that we establish a common gen ed. It is not our job to determine what the learning outcomes of that gen ed program will be. So one of the things that I've asked our Executive Director, Ben Cannon, for is, I think we've on a number of occasions now had sort of questions about, or perhaps simply don't understand, the process by which we come to the point of approving a program application. And so I'm asking the Executive Director to, at some future Commission meeting, provide us with a review and an update, a refresher on what that process looks like and our role in that process, if that makes any sense. Does that sound okay, Director Cannon?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I believe we have a question comment from Commissioner Dembro.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. I very much appreciate your comments. I think it's, and as you're planning for that presentation, just to remember that there needs to be a place for us to feel comfortable with the new programs as well. I mean, if we have any questions about them or we hear concerns about the program, that there be an opportunity for us to weigh in some form, and to make sure that if we do have questions, there are people available to answer them. So I think we're thinking the same way here.
Yeah, appreciate that. Commissioner Smith.
Yes, I just will echo Commissioner Dembro's comments there. I think it was
perfectly appropriate question about whether there was an ethics component in a new AI program. And so having someone available, even if it's on the consent agenda, to answer those kinds of questions, not to interrogate, not to doubt the veracity of the new programming, but just to question what is encompassed in that program, I think is valid. And if there was somebody available to champion that program during the consent agenda, that would be really helpful.
I appreciate that comment. Any other comments before we move on? Okay, we have a legislative concept discussion. I believe Kyle Thomas is leading us on this.
Yeah, good morning, Chair Heyman, members of the Commission. Kyle Thomas, Director of Legislative and Policy Affairs. I am trying here to present, so let's see if this works. If you can't see that, please let me know. So last, you can't or can?
All of you.
Okay, so the sharing feature is not working.
No, we're seeing it. We're seeing it, Kyle.
Okay,
yeah, it's working
great.
for us.
Excellent, thank you. So last time I spoke to you, I introduced the 14 legislative concepts that the staff of the commission was, at least in the introductory phases of consideration on. That material is in your last packet. I'm not going to spend time today reviewing and updating you on the status of all 14 of those. And what we have decided to do this time around in the process is take deeper dives into a select number of those concepts, present them to you on an individual basis, and receive your feedback, comments, questions for integration into further thinking that we do on these concepts. So that starts today. You'll hear about one concept, the emergency student aid set aside. And then in subsequent meetings, you'll hear about other concepts that are sort of weightier that we have moving forward. Just a reminder for not just the commission, but for everyone who's listening in today, this conversation is a very early step in the process. No legislative concept is guaranteed to advance. As an executive branch agency, we are tied to the executive branch processes here. And so we're ultimately submitting concepts to the governor's office for approval. You will do that formalized approval later in this year. It's not a guarantee that any of those concepts will advance. And even if they're approved by the commission, they become accepted by the governor's office. There is, of course, still the entire process of the legislative session to go through before they become law. And at this stage, all of these concepts really are quite movable. There's very little about any individual concept that is set in stone at this point. And so as we have conversations with partners, we are certainly open to considering reasonable modifications to any of them. The other thing that I'll remind folks about is that, of course, we are under the governor's office directive to state agencies regarding cost neutrality of any proposals that we introduce. So while in the past we have, of course, introduced many legislative concepts that come with policy option package requirements, we are not able to do that really this time around. So I'll get into this specific concept now. This legislative concept is to establish a permissive emergency student aid set aside that would allow the commission to set aside a very small percentage of funding that's appropriated to the Oregon Opportunity Grant and then allocate out for the purpose of emergency student aid grants. Establishing a permissive set aside in this way would allow the commission to dial up or down funding for this program up to a certain level based on available needs, and it allows the total available funding to grow automatically over time should legislators make increases in appropriation levels for the Oregon Opportunity Grant. So first, let's talk about some of the things that we've considered when asking ourselves whether there's a need for a specific pot of money for emergency student needs. First, the Benefits Navigators program has been extremely successful, exceeding every expectation for utilization. And second, we have a moderately recent Hope Center survey data from from Oregon Community College students at 14 of the 17 institutions. And I want to note that emergency student aid is not intended to fix persistent problems with food and housing insecurity, but one can certainly take these figures as some evidence relating to the inability of a large population of Oregon learners to weather even small financial disruptions that may occur in their life. Third is we underinvest in student retention relative to the harm that exists when students with some college and no degree discontinue their studies. Often these students are worse off than students that never begin a degree pursuit because they can face the accumulation of debt that they now do not really have the wage benefit to be able to pay off. Underpinning this proposed legislative concept is the idea that investing in student retention in this manner can be lower cost than recruiting new students. And so there's an opportunity to complete more students through the adoption of this policy. Other evidence that we have that a need and desire exists among students for assistance comes from a 2024 Oregon Student Association Student Issues Survey, where responding students ranked basic needs insecurity as their #2 issue for the 2025 legislative session. Unfortunately, OSA is not around at this point in time to replicate that survey for the 2027 legislative session. We also have the work of the Joint Task Force on Student Success for Underrepresented Students in Higher Education. And for those who may be unfamiliar, this was a 2022 legislative task force that went around the state to multiple institutions and held roundtables and listening sessions with students. As a result of all of that work and other work that they did in the Capitol to hear from experts on certain issues around student success, the task force adopted the recommendation that Oregon should provide consistent funding for emergency financial aid and completion grants administered at the institutional level that keep students enrolled through one-time or transitory emergency situations. And then lastly, we asked institutions themselves about the status of their own emergency aid efforts, and this is what they reported to us. And this reveals gaps in ability and approaches across institutions. Most importantly, institutions report that the need is very high and that it exceeds available resources. So that's some of the identification of the potential need. Let's talk a moment about whether emergency aid can work. First, there's a couple of multi-state studies that show a couple of things. One is that students themselves credit emergency aid programs for their own retention and improved well-being. And two, students that received emergency aid in one term had improved levels of attempted and completed credits in the following term relative to students that did not receive such aid. Second is that we had a large-scale implementation of emergency aid funding during the pandemic when the federal government awarded higher education emergency relief funds to institutions. Now, there were some restrictions on those funds that perhaps institutions did find challenging and are likely not worth putting into a state program, but nonetheless, 90% of colleges reported that those funds helped keep students enrolled that otherwise may have stopped out. Third, institutions themselves do try to do this. So we understand that they perceive that there is some value here, but their efforts are often pretty small and pretty uneven, with 3/4 of institutions with programs similar to the one that we're seeking to establish nationally being able to support fewer than 50 students in their program. And fourth is we have state examples of success, particularly in Washington and Minnesota, where reporting on their own programs shows higher retention for students that received such aid. And fifth, with the existence of benefits navigators here in Oregon, we already have a natural jumping off point, perhaps that other states don't have, for providing service and support for students. So that's all of the background. What does this proposal actually seek to do? It seeks to provide HECC with the authority to reserve a very small percentage or dollar amount of appropriated Oregon Opportunity Grant funding to establish a program of basic needs grants for Oregon students. This would put the program on autopilot from the state budgetary perspective. The maximum amount is to be determined and merits further discussion with partners. But in establishing the program, it's likely that the first year set aside would actually be quite small, with the commission reserving increases in that set aside to when the legislature increases funding to the opportunity grant, so as not to upset that program in a budget climate where it's not likely to get significant increased resources this time around. Because the program is a permissive capped set aside, HECC would be able to adjust for demand and balance the program with the needs of the Oregon Opportunity Grant without having to re-engage the legislature every time we wish to do so. Next, we would propose creating a very simple distribution model to provide funding to institutions, since it's they that have direct contact with students to facilitate easier identification of and service to the students with need. And finally, we would strive to create, likely in rule, a quite flexible program with simple qualification criteria, minimal barriers, and wide sideboards on permissive use, so as to ease the administration burden of the program and allow institutions themselves to determine who best needs service. And as I pivot for questions, I'll say that so far we have engaged institutional financial aid directors, but there is plenty more engagement to do. I'll be speaking with a couple of foundations that support Oregon students, a coalition of entities that works on basic needs issues that are relevant to Oregon students, as well as, of course, institutional policy leadership folks as we continue to develop this concept. And with that, I'm happy to turn it over for any discussion and hope that you'll have comments or questions that help us shape this work going forward.
Thank you so much, Kyle. Do we have questions, comments on this potential program? I have. Oh, okay. Commissioner Smith.
Thank you. I really support this proposal. I definitely used emergency funding when I was at a four-year institution to cover unexpected expenses, and that helped me quite a bit complete my degrees. I'm wondering, just out of curiosity, how this would interact with existing benefits programs that a few institutions already are utilizing. Would it replace those programs, or would it just kind of add to the overall amount that those institutions are able to provide?
Yeah, that's a great question. There are a couple of interactions with existing aid programs. First, to answer a question that you didn't ask, but part of the reason that it likely makes sense for these funds to go to institutions versus being administered centrally at HECC is that you have to be careful not to have the total amount of aid a student receives exceed their costs of attendance. Otherwise, there's some taxability issues that students will incur. Second, we have not discussed adjusting this program to account for programs that institutions may already have and operate themselves. That's a conversation, and part of that I think has to do with the fact that there's a lot more discussion with individual institutions to do. But I don't think we see ourselves as wishing to sort of punish an institution that already has this type of program. Even as I put on one of the slides and discussed, even when institutions do, the vast majority of them have very, very, very small programs that could benefit from an influx of additional resources.
Thank you. Commissioner Dembro.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Kyle, I really appreciate the presentation. It really helps me to understand what's being pursued here, and that really what you're looking for in the concept is the permission to create a program, the authority to create this program within the Oregon Opportunity Grant program. The hard work is going to be for us in the future in terms of actually creating it. But this is, as Commissioner Smith said, it's a real need. And I was part of that task force that you mentioned on student success. And that was something we definitely heard from students whose institutions did not have those funds available and who came very close to having to drop out because of an emergency. And you know how it is, once they drop out, it's hard to get them back. And so, I very much support this. I do. I was unfortunately not able to be at the committee meeting yesterday, but I did listen to the hearing after the fact, and there was a panel of financial aid people who had some concerns about this eating into the opportunity grant. But I like your idea of starting small, and then as we're securing more funds for the opportunity grant, which I hope we'll be able to do in the future, if not in the next biennium, that this be part of the justification for the increase.
I appreciate that, and I was unfortunately in the air yesterday during the FNA meeting, so I have not been able to watch it myself. And I do understand that that was a concern. I will also relay to the commission that another concern that those financial aid directors had was in creating complications related to program administration. Not just creating a program that is complicated, but merely creating another program is complicated and adds to workload and burden that is experienced at the institutional level. And so I think I want to express to those individuals that we have not decided on yes, we understand that any additional programming increases complexity, and we have not predetermined what kind of administration this program requires, and we're very open to the discussion about how institutions themselves would administer this on campus. And I also think that we're not interested at this point in restricting that. So if an institution wants to operate it through their financial aid office, they can. If an institution wants to operate it through their benefits navigator, they can. If they want to choose a different mechanism of administration, they can. Unless conversations that we have sort of reasonably or necessarily restrict that openness, I think everyone I've talked to internally has that openness to design that program in a way that the institutions can choose.
Thank you. I have a couple questions. First of all, I just appreciate Commissioner Denver raising the issue out of yesterday's meeting. I did hear the financial aid panel express two concerns. One is the redirecting of Oregon Opportunity Grant resources to another program. And they also, again, they're concerned about the increased administrative complexity that might entail. And again, you've indicated that we don't yet have that nailed down, but I think there's certainly a significant concern on the part of the financial aid people. And I think if we move forward, that would need to be something that's addressed. I understand that financial aid is always a administratively complicated process, and I trust them when they say this could add complexity to their work when they do feel understaffed and overworked already. I also remain concerned about anything that diminishes the resources available to the Oregon Opportunity Grant. I don't in any way deny the importance, significance, or the efficacy of these emergency funds, but I do have deep concerns about redirecting Opportunity Grant funds. I also have a question for you. I have anecdotal information, which means a person who used to have a job as a navigator and doesn't now, indication that those positions may not exist on all campuses anymore, and perhaps you could clarify that.
Commissioner Heyman, I don't administer that program. I don't monitor it on a day-to-day basis. I understand probably some of the smaller institutions when they created that, when that program was created, had an individual that was doing hybrid work, right, where they were a benefits navigator for part of their job and perhaps not a benefits navigator for another part of their job. But maybe Donna Llewellyn, if she's on the call, has more direct information than I do. But I could not, with any confidence, tell you the status of the staff member on each or any of the institutions.
Well, thank you. I'm just bringing it up because I mean, I think it's appropriate to think of those benefits navigators as and have been used appropriately as some points of contact for emergency funding. And I'm just wondering about whether or not all of those positions still exist.
Yeah, I just for the benefit of the commission, I will point out that it is a statutory requirement in law that those positions do exist.
That I do understand. Thank you. Any other questions or comments on this policy? Kyle, thank you so much, and I appreciate the process that you've developed here for us to look at these one at a time, and it's a great place to begin. So thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
We are a few minutes early, believe it or not, but we're going to move into a break, and that break is supposed to be, it says 15 minutes long. Is that correct, Guthrie?
Correct, Chair.
Okay, then our meeting will move into a break, and we will reconvene 15 minutes from now. And I'm not going to attempt to tell you what that time is. I saw a struggle with that yesterday, and I don't want to do that. Okay, so 15 minutes from now. Thank you.
Guthrie.
I just do.
Well, thank you for so quickly reconvening. We reestablished a quorum, Guthrie?
It appears so.
Okay. Thanks so much, and thanks to all of you. We're now looking at item 7.0. This is strategic plan implementation update from our executive director, Ben Cannon.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, commissioners. So the purpose of this quarterly update is to provide the commission with a status report on the implementation of the strategic plan that you adopted in late 2024. And just as a reminder, and as reflected in the docket item, the strategic plan contained 19 discrete strategies for the commission and commission staff to undertake over the roughly 4 or 5 year time period that we envision this plan being in place. And in response to the commission's adoption of that plan, at the agency level, we set in motion planning work to determine implementation steps. We've chunked that work into phases. So at the outset, we identified 8 of the 19 strategies for initial activation. We've reported on that previously, and those are reflected in today's report as well. More recently, we entered a phase 2 where we activated planning for an additional 5 strategies 3, 7, 8, 9, and 13 from the plan. And so those are now incorporated in this quarterly update. And there remain additional 6 strategies that we have not yet activated. I'll go through some of the work that's been undertaken as a result of the activation of those strategies. I do think it's important sort of context and framing to understand that I think at the staff, at the agency level, we see a lot of our prior work and ongoing work as related to this and in support of the strategic directions that the commission set. So while this report, our quarterly report, focuses on new activity or changed activity or newly planned activity that we are undertaking as an agency, there's a lot of other ongoing and in some cases long-standing programmatic work or policy leadership work that we are undertaking as an agency that aligns well with the strategies that we haven't focused on here. We're really focused here pretty narrowly on new or changed activities. The other thing I'll say by way of framing is just that this is, I'm excited and pleased to be able to provide this report to you in spite of the capacity challenges, the fact that we at the agency level didn't receive additional sort of funding or staffing in association with this plan. We have found ways to change and adapt and update and expand our work to reflect the commission's new emphasis. And there's a lot in here that I hope you'll share my excitement about because again, in a larger context of real challenges that you're hearing about throughout the course of today's meeting, I am confident that we are making progress as a state in connection with along the lines of the strategic directions that you set when you adopted this strategic plan in late 2024 and early 2025. Turning to the report itself. And Mr. Chair, I will not necessarily, as I deliver this, not necessarily be able to see you or hands very well as I sort of toggle between screens and documents. So feel free to interrupt me, Chair Heyman, if there's a question or comment or a point to pause. I will probably take my sort of prepared portion of this will take another 10 minutes or so to walk through. So happy to stop along the way if that makes sense, or to wait until the end. It just sort of depends on how you want to handle it. I'm not going to cover every item. This is a 14-page table matrix of action associated with strategy. So I'm just going to touch on some of the highlights, but welcome questions or comments about any of them. And then yeah, let me just jump in without further preamble. Okay, so I'm going to skip actually to strategy 2. So this is on page 2 of the longer docket item 7.0A. And the strategy itself is about connecting post-secondary education and training to workforce needs. And there's a lot of activity underway within the state, both at the HECC and, of course, at the institutional level. I did want to acknowledge here under action item 2.2, which we previously described to you as our effort to create, update, or expand up to 5 industry-related credentials this year. We've engaged our Future Ready Oregon chartered industry consortia in a leadership role in that, and they've drafted requests for applications that will help to fund the development and modification or expansion of short-term workforce-aligned credentials, likely ones that are also aligned with workforce Pell eligibility requirements that you heard earlier, and it's touched on later in this document as well. We're in the process of launching. So excited to see that this sort of somewhat ambitious and new area of activity for the HECC is making progress. I'm going to skip ahead next to strategy number 5, and specifically action item 5.3. Strategy 5, it relates to the transitions for high school students, GED completers, and adults into post-secondary education and training. So thinking about that kind of pathway that we're trying to build to more effectively engage Oregonians in post-secondary education. And the specific proposal, the action item 5.3, is that there be a new requirement for high school students to complete the FAFSA. We've worked for years, actually, been talking with the Oregon Department of Education about that type of policy. And generally speaking, sort of philosophically, I think there's a high degree of support from K-12 leadership for the concept that high school seniors would complete FAFSAs in connection with their senior year. But we've been back and forth on how to reflect this via policy and practice. And after kind of considerable conversations and work on the implementation of the recently adopted Senate Bill 3 that creates a requirement for high school graduates to complete a half credit or semester-long course related to college and career planning, ODE has agreed and proposed that the FAFSA completion expectation would be built into one of the state standards for that new course as it is launched. So this is not the same approach that some states, just to be clear, increasing number of states around the country, either through legislation or through board policy, have established some version of a FAFSA completion requirement for high school graduation. This is a related but different approach that we, I think, have worked out with ODE, that the standard for this now required or soon to be required high school completion or high school transition planning course would include the FAFSA as one of the sort of standards or modules of that half credit course that all Oregon high school seniors will soon take. So pleased about the progress and where we have landed with that. Chair Hayman and perhaps others have already touched this morning, as we expect will at most, if not all, HEC meetings, on the creation of the lower division transferable general education block. This is reflected. This is an action that we called out in Strategy 6, connecting learning across the education continuum, and it's action item 6.1. Just want to again draw your attention to the fact this is one of the sort of core commitments and priorities of the HEC in connection with your strategic plan. Pleased to report, and Commissioner Hayman may have more to share as your representative on the Transfer Council, but pleased to report that through the dialogue with and feedback from and real leadership from the Transfer Council, we think we have a plan for developing a common approach to lower division general education across 24 public institutions. We've identified some resources to support faculty work over the summer, starting this summer and then continuing in the fall, to build that approach, which is organized around learning outcomes, not specific courses or content, but would guarantee, once adopted, would guarantee that community college students who complete that lower division general education block at the community college and subsequently transfer to an Oregon public university would not be required to complete any additional lower division general education. And so we think we're very much on track, and it's due in significant part to the work of the Transfer Council and the very positive, I think, engagement that we've had over the last 6 months with council leadership and members. Item 7.1, I don't know if we've talked about before. This is a newer action item. The strategy here, strategy 7, relates to strengthening the transition from post-secondary into employment. And one of the models that Oregon higher education successfully uses to prepare students for employment is the integrated education and training model that community colleges, most community colleges, apply or support some students, especially adult, many English language learners, and other students, including ones who may not be college ready in the traditional sense. And so this comprehensive IET, integrated education and training model, combines career pathways, adult basic skills education, and career and technical education to put these students on a path towards career. And what our staff is recommending, and what we are considering bringing sort of back to you and activating, as an approach to more directly and securely funding this activity to help it serve more students. It's a more expensive approach, but it's also one that has really positive results in terms of credential completion and employment. So this, more to come in terms of how we better fund this model in the context of not having new funding generally for higher education. But we think there are some promising vehicles that we can use to further encourage and support community colleges to support their students through the IET model. Kyle has already described our work under that's reflected in action item 8.1. Strategy 8 is grow state investment in learners and institutions. So we could spend a full half an hour talking just about the context and strategies for this. Obviously, given the governor's budget instructions to the commission that require us to offset any requests for new investment with cuts to our budget, our opportunities to grow state investment within the short term in the current kind of budget cycle are limited to nil. So we've instead, as you are aware, through both items 8.1 and 8.2, we are looking at and working with you on potential ways of better using or reallocating from within the state investment for higher education funding to support learners. And that's reflected both in the proposal that Kyle shared related to the statutory set aside from the opportunity grant, as well as the proposal that we've talked about previously, and I'm sure will again, related to the Oregon Promise Program and the Oregon Opportunity Grant. So just wanted to note, I hesitate in some ways to include these items under your strategy of growing state investment, because neither of them, as we've currently designed them and consistent with the governor's directions, neither of them involves the commission in advocating directly for new resources for higher education or directly growing state investment. I think a case can be made, and Kyle, alluded to it in his report, that a emergency aid approach or option for deploying a small number of opportunity grant dollars could be a way of building support for opportunity grant funding among the legislature over time. And we'd be interested in sort of similar analysis or thinking around the Oregon Promise / Oregon Opportunity Grant proposal in 8.2. But I did want to sort of acknowledge the fact that these probably don't reflect what the commission had in mind, principally in mind, when it adopted strategy number 8 to grow state investment in learners and institutions, but it reflects the context that we find ourselves in today. I'll just mention a few more of these before stopping. I'm going to skip ahead to goal 3 and strategy 10 related to institutional efficiency, and 10.1 and 10.2 are work that we are undertaking or envision undertaking to support greater levels of shared programming and services. You'll hear more at next month's commission meeting about shared potential opportunities for shared administrative services. But my primary point in flagging 10.1 and 10.2 is that they are very likely to be incorporated within the House Bill 4124 study work that we are launching now to look at opportunities for greater levels of collaboration and efficiency and effectiveness across higher education generally. So I think these will soon find a home within the 4124 report, even as we continue to monitor institutional efforts at community colleges and public universities to move forward in some of these collaborations. Our role, I think, will sort of, in a sense, pivot to that broad statewide look in connection with the 4124 report. Several of you are aware of or have been involved in the Oregon Kitchen Table project to engage students and others in a process to help us better understand the concept of belonging and the kinds of levers that the state and the institutions and the others may have to increase belonging. So really pleased. We've done tried to do a lot of public visibility around this in order to generate greater levels of participation in that work. We will report soon to you on that those findings and recommendations that may emerge from the process. Item 16.1 under the strategy of identifying and responding to partner needs. I just note that you see here the status column says delayed. That's because the action item 16.1 really did call for increased investment, and in the current context we are putting that on hold. However, there is other work and consideration underway to address strategy 16. 17 is related. Really appreciate the leadership from Celia Nunez and others within the HECC staff who are taking really to heart your expectation that the commission and its staff are better connected to economic development and kind of state prosperity efforts. The report here emphasizes the collaboration that we're building with the Oregon Economic Development Association. There are other sort of vehicles that we're using to better connect with economic development leaders and ensure that higher education is understood and as a tool that's available to the state of Oregon, to communities, to employers to better support economic growth within the state. And then finally, the action items at the very end of the report that begin with a 0 before the decimal point are not related to any of the 19 strategies specifically, but are somewhat more global. I've talked about these a bit in the past, but just to remind you that we continue to work with legislators, institutional leaders, other community representatives, Chair Heyman, on a committee to develop and advance new state statutory goals for post-secondary education and training. We meet monthly. I've had some really good conversations, and I think remain on a path to bring back to the commission before the end of this year and to the legislature by 2027 a proposal for an updated goal or metric that would express the legislature's commitment to higher education and drive future policy and investment choices, hopefully. I guess, just to characterize those conversations, they've been robust. The legislative engagement's been really high. It is heartening, I would say, to see through that committee and through the 5 consistently participating legislators, see their level of engagement in and support for the idea of having an ambition for the state's post-secondary education system and for our learners, for Oregonians in post-secondary education. They have, like the public generally, they have questions and concerns and doubts and skepticism, right? That sort of for whom and how much and at what cost, and those are present, but the conversation has, I think, consistently validated their and the committee generally's commitment to retaining ambition as a state for post-secondary education in spite of the considerable challenges. So I hope and expect that what the group produces and recommends, even as it modifies or replaces the 40-40-20 goal, would nevertheless retain that spirit of optimism, ambition, and a belief in the power of post-secondary education to change lives, to fuel the economy, to create better, stronger community. And I that very much has been the spirit of this group, and I am heartened by it. 0.2 is work, again, we've alluded to previously, that is very important to, or that Abby Lee from OCCA alluded to, very important to community colleges and to Oregon, which is our efforts to, at the state level, to do our part to implement the new federal workforce Pell Grant program. States and governors have an important role to play in this federal policy, and so we continue through the Workforce Talent Development Board and through the governor's office to prepare to certify program and institutional eligibility for participation in the Workforce Pell program. These short-term programs not previously Pell Grant eligible, whose students were not previously Pell Grant eligible, that by July 1st, we should have an initial suite of programs qualified for that. Hopefully the feds are able to do their part to administer the grant to students who are in those programs and qualify. And then I've flagged before for the commission the work we are doing internally to consider reorienting the agency's structures or staffing structure to better support the type of work that's identified within your plan and the strategies generally. We're getting close. Really, within a couple of weeks, we'll have news to share with our staff about some modest changes to how we're organized internally This will not affect staffing levels, staffing numbers, but it will reflect some changes in some reporting lines, particularly for the leadership of our agency. We're also working on this in connection with the move of some of our Office of Workforce Investment staff, the planned move of some of our Office of Workforce Investment staff to the Oregon Employment Department, where they will continue to support the implementation of WIOA Title I and State Workforce Board activities. So that's what I wanted to flag, but happy to do my best to field any questions or comments on this, noting that there are others within the agency who know far more about each of these activities than I, but we can at least get follow up if there are more detailed questions.
Any questions or comments for Ben? I have a couple, but I'd like to give everybody else a chance first. I'm, being the liaison to the Transfer Council, I too am very impressed with the progress that we've made. And I always want to give a lot of credit to Lee, who has, I think, admirably led that effort. And I do believe we're on the same track in terms of moving forward. I also want to recognize that the idea of doing, Jen, this whole thing around a set of learning outcomes instead of a set of courses is a different strategy, and it's going to take a lot of, I think, staff and whatever my variety of people's effort to make sure we stick with that. I think losing that concept will make coming up with a shared gen ed program very difficult. I was wondering, Ben, the whole issue around financial aid and FAFSA, it sounds like I think we're on a track to make progress with regards to a mandatory FAFSA completion in the high school. I think I don't remember the exact numbers anymore, but there's an estimate that a significant number of students who could be eligible for financial aid who simply never complete a FAFSA form. And so just doing this really can have a great impact on the resources available to students. I'm glad to see the progress there. One of the things that came up in our testimony yesterday that was, I think, pretty a learning experience for me is the impact of the reduction or constriction of graduate level Pell. And I'm wondering if it's not in our strategic plan, but is there a thought about altering our work in that area to at least take into, because it sounds like it could have some pretty disastrous impacts for our education, especially some of the positions that we really care about.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And we have monitored and had multiple conversations with institutions about the impacts those stemming from the One Big Beautiful Bill on federal lending, particularly for graduate students. We have invited and encouraged institutional leaders to consider what proposal, if any, they want to make to the state to fill in any of those gaps, whether through restarting a state lending program, through grant making, or through other approaches. So we continue to welcome sort of that level of encouragement or advice or advocacy from institutions. We obviously, as you know, we haven't taken that up as an initiative ourselves. We've been a little sort of put ourselves in a reactive posture on that as we've waited to better understand from them what those impacts on learners are likely to be. But I agree. I mean, the testimony yesterday, particularly from OHSU, was quite sobering and definitely suggests that there may be a role for the state to play in trying to secure continuing access to higher cost graduate programs, especially ones that are in high demand for the state.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Any other questions, comments? I have one more. I was wondering, it's kind of jumps into another category within our strategic plan, but the possibility of developing centralized administrative processes as they relate to FAFSA. And I'm wondering if we're thinking about a coordination in terms of there's a point in which we're going to see every high school graduate complete a FAFSA. Is that an appropriate time or a way in which we could integrate that with a state level processing of those? So we're not adding, um, effort to financial aid offices that already feel like they're overburdened.
Yeah, I may be misunderstanding your question, Mr. Chair, because of course, the FAFSA itself is a process submitted to the U.S. Department of Education, processed initially by them. We receive, and this is a really, I think, positive feature of the way financial aid is administered in the country and in Oregon. We automatically receive the FAFSAs of Oregon filers and use that to automatically enroll or award Oregon Opportunity Grants, so it doesn't require any separate application. Of course, the administration of the federal Pell Grant, other federal financial aid, and state financial aid happens at the institutional level, but the awarding decisions of state aid happen automatically, or of the Opportunity Grant happens automatically through our office. But happy to follow up about the kind of administrative simplification opportunities. I just may have misunderstood.
I appreciate your clarification. I misspoke. I understand the awarding process is pretty much electronic, but the administration is not. And just, I'm certainly hoping that the burden of administering FAFSA will grow increasingly as a result of this change in approach, and then other ways in which we could be thinking about centralized administration to help.
I see. Yeah, and that I think if I'm understanding correctly now, that question of how institutions may better share administrative activity, including potentially the administration of financial aid, is one that I expect should be considered in that 4124 context. We've done some initial work, and you'll hear more about that next week on some of the back office functions. I distinguish between administrative services like IT, payroll, potentially HR, other fiscal activities, procurement, cybersecurity. Those are one category of opportunities for greater levels of maybe integration and efficiency. A second level is more student-facing activities like the administration of financial aid, like advising, like benefits navigation, and they have different implications, right, for what's possible, what kind of structure might make sense. And there is, at the institutional level and at the statewide level, there is certainly some initial analysis and activity underway to identify those opportunities, and then more to come under 4124.
Great. I really appreciate that clarification. Thank you so much. Any other questions or comments for Ben on this issue? Background there. Okay, thanks, Ben.
Chair, it looks like Commissioner Lawson has a hand.
Okay, Commissioner Lawson.
Commissioner Lawson, if you're speaking, you appear to be on mute. I see the commissioner's hand is lowered.
Happy to take, and he may be having trouble getting off mute. He certainly wouldn't be the first in one of these meetings. And if that's the case, Commissioner Lawson, feel free to follow up with me and Guthrie, and we'll make sure that gets out to the commission and with a response.
Thank you so much. I guess we will then move on to item 8, a report from the Funding and Achievement Committee, and Vice Chair Simnett will be providing that report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Heyman. And just briefly, thank you to Director Cannon for such a yet another detailed report on all of the activities related to the strategic plan. Just want to express my appreciation for those updates and my excitement to see so much work moving forward, which I think is it's a good hearing about the ambition and the optimism in some of the sectors for improving the post-secondary system is really heartening, particularly in light of what we heard yesterday at the F&A subcommittee. So I'm just going to give you some really brief highlights and encourage you again, all of you who were not able to attend yesterday or who haven't already looked through the materials or listened to the recording, to do so. Some of the presentations, I believe, were primarily oral rather than having an accompanying slide deck or detailed report. So I think it's really important for all of us to, as best we can, listen to those voices of the various stakeholders as we can continue on the budgeting process and working towards that budget recommendation. In general, the message yesterday is high need and high challenge. No new news really from any of the presenters. We heard from the community colleges, the public universities. We heard from financial aid directors, which you've heard some information about during the course of this meeting related to the Oregon concerns around changing the Oregon Promise and concerns about graduate education following federal funding changes. We also heard from Technology, Healthcare, and Manufacturing Consortium and got their perspective. And finally, we heard from faculty and staff representatives. And again, I just want to emphasize the importance of all of the voices from the community colleges and the public universities. We heard from budget number that they are requesting, and they emphasized in both cases that this is they are following the governor's directive for a CSL budget, and that should they be funded at the request, it does not mean that that will not prevent some really difficult decisions at some of the institutions are facing. In particular, the public university crest will not prevent tuition increase and potential loss of jobs that some of the institutions are facing. But they wanted to recognize that and to follow the governor's request that no new funds are requested. The other just sort of general thing that I heard and was a takeaway for me is the need. Sorry about that. I think I just moved. Have you been hearing me? I'm having like weird, like my computer just randomly muted me. I guess it did not like what I was saying. But I think I did want to just what things I heard about the importance of partnering, collaborating across institutions and collaborating with workforce consortiums and partners. The need for this, especially in rural areas, really requesting that all voices are heard. That was a real message from the faculty and staff representatives. So those were the general ideas. There's specific information from the community college and public university support requests that you can find in the packet from yesterday. And I believe the financial aid also provided a slide deck that you may find interesting. But again, just encourage you to listen in and to keep those voices in our minds as we go through the budgeting process. I also wanted to recognize that there, I don't know if I said this, that not just the subcommittee, but there were a number of commissioners who are not on the subcommittee who were in the room and listening in. And I really wanted to express my appreciation and gratitude for everyone who was there yesterday. Chair Heyman, do you have anything to add, or anyone else who was in the room? I'd welcome your additions.
No, I appreciate your summary. I thought it was very concise. I too recognize on a number of occasions expressed importance of partnering, the sort of the strong sense that education alone can't really address the kinds of things that we need, and especially from business and industry, the importance of what we call vertical partnering as opposed to cross educational institutions, but partner with actual businesses and certain entities, so that one of the presenters talked about how the work world can create a pull for a student to successfully go through education instead of our typical model of pushing them through. And I just think that that's a pretty, I think, a powerful way of thinking about how those vertical partnerships can really help our students be successful. So I really appreciate your summary.
Thank you. And again, thank you to everyone for being there. And we'll, but with that, I will conclude my report.
Okay. Thank you, Vice Chair Simnett. We're going to move on to item 8.2. This is an action item having to do with an emergency board request for Southern Oregon University. And I'll turn it over to our Executive Director, Ben Cannon.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, commissioners. Let me get my document up. Thought I had it here. Hang on a minute. All right. We are hoping that within this item, you will authorize HECC staff to prepare a letter and report requesting up to $15 million from the Legislative Emergency Board to support Southern Oregon University's operational needs in the fiscal year that will begin July 1st, FY27. So that's the specific request. It's consistent with commission policy that describes the commission's responsibility for making legislative funding requests. These e-board requests, we've been a little bit ambiguous about, I would say, over the years in terms of the commission's role, but we thought out of a, given the high level of public interest and out of abundance of caution, we would work with the commission to secure a motion in support of this activity to request the up to 15 million. You all, I think, have some or much of the context for this report or for this request in a sort of simple format. The university, Southern Oregon University, recently, early in 2026, identified that they faced a likely cash solvency shortfall of around $15 million before the end of the fiscal year 2027. And recognizing that a university has limited tools at its disposal for addressing that kind of fiscal cliff on that timeline, they worked with the HECC staff, Chief Financial Office, Governor's Office, and Legislature to secure through House Bill 5204 a special purpose appropriation to the Legislative Emergency Board, which meets roughly quarterly during the interim, for the potential release of the 15 million to SOU through the HECC. Since the budget report and the bill that established that special purpose appropriation also establish conditions or requirements that must be satisfied before the legislature releases some or all of the 15 million. Principally, the legislature requires the HECC to work with SOU to update the financial modeling and ensure that SOU has a plan for continued operations through June 30th, 2027 with the inclusion of the 15 million. Since the bill's adoption, we have worked with SOU and with other external entities, including Deloitte Consulting and the university's auditors, to really roll up our sleeves, look deeply at their budget forecast, their cash flow forecast, and we have concluded and are prepared to report to the legislature that the 15 million is both necessary for SOU to meet its fiscal obligations through 2027, as well as sufficient for meeting their fiscal obligations through FY 2027. That being said, that report of the necessity of the funding and the sufficiency of the funding is not without caveats. There are risks. There are execution risks because that projection requires SOU to continue to take some difficult steps in implementing the resiliency plan that their board adopted last year, that calls for changes to the institution, including the reduction of some programs and staff. So that's a necessary part. They have to continue to execute on that. And that the projection that the 15 million is necessary and sufficient also makes certain assumptions about enrollment for the upcoming year. And we don't know, even in May of the calendar year, with a lot of certainty, what fall enrollment and full year enrollment for and tuition revenues will be for SOU. So while we will make this request upon your approval, and we will indicate that based on our and others' reviews, we think these are reasonable and warranted assumptions, and we think the data is appropriate, there are still risks. Finally, the legislature goes on within that budget report where it assigns the 15 million to the emergency board, sets up that condition. They also call for SOU to collaborate with the HECC to develop a plan for the future delivery of higher education in Oregon beyond FY27, so into the subsequent biennia and beyond, without relying on increases to state funding. And as you're aware, the legislature appropriated $500,000 to the HECC to engage a consultant in quickly developing a plan and recommendations for the longer term fiscal sustainability of Southern Oregon University, recognizing that the 15 million is one-time support and not an ongoing source of budget balancing resources for SOU. And so the references that you've heard this morning and throughout the last month plus to Deloitte Consulting are primarily in connection with their work with SOU and under contract with the HECC to prepare a recommendation or recommendations for how SOU can transform into a sustainable, fiscally sustainable, and regionally serving, state serving institution over the longer term. Those recommendations have been presented as of this week, finalized and presented to the SOU board, and the SOU board will meet tomorrow evening to determine what to do, how to receive those recommendations. I expect they'll have a robust discussion about them, and will determine whether or how to set those in motion. Our legislative request, again, pending your endorsement today, will certainly include within the letter a sort of summary of the board's action, any action the board takes, the SOU board takes tomorrow. But you are not being asked today to weigh in on a set of recommendations that the SOU board has not yet even determined whether or how to proceed with. So recognize that is really the very most important question, I think, for the state and certainly for the region about the long-term future of SOU, and expect we'll have, there may be questions or conversation about that now, but the specific action you're being asked to take today is to authorize staff to work with the governor Chief Financial Office to submit a request to the legislature for the release of the 15 million or a portion of it that will support the sustainability of SOU just through the next fiscal year. Finally, I think we're likely to conclude, based on how we've looked at the cash flow timing and based on preliminary conversations with the Governor's Office, Chief Financial Office, and Legislative Fiscal Office, we're likely to, assuming you approve this motion, we're likely to submit a request for half of the 15 million now, so 7.5 million to be considered and potentially released by the June Emergency Board, reserving the remainder for a request to come later in the year. The E-Board is scheduled to meet again in October. And that 7.5 million appears to be sufficient to support SOU's operational needs through the summer and into the beginning of the fall. That's actually a difficult time typically for institutional budgets because of the timing of tuition payments. But we think that initial 7.5 million is what will be contained within our request next week, understanding that we will have the option of coming back to them and are likely to do so later in the year. So with that, Mr. Chair, happy to take any questions, comments, or motions.
Thank you so much. I believe our first is Commissioner Davis-Boucher.
Thank you, Chairman Heyman and Director Cannon and the rest of the commissioners. Yes, and so thank you so much for clarifying that, Ben. I do just have one quick comment just regarding this agenda item because I also attended the town hall in Medford last night, and so I just want to just briefly say that I strongly support in favor of item 8.2 as we review the Deloitte findings and SOU's progress. We must look beyond the balance sheet and recognize what Southern Oregon University represents to the region. For our students in Rogue Valley, many whom are first generation like myself, Pell eligible are coming from rural communities. SU isn't just a choice of many, but is the choice. It is the only accessible gateway to higher education and upward mobility in this part of our state. We have this. We have seen this university's leadership take painful, disciplined, and necessary steps to restructure through their financial sustainability plan. We have met the benchmarks that we've set. If we do not move forward with this recommendation to the emergency board today, we aren't just failing a budget line item, but we're effectively signaling a disinvestment to the entire geographic region of Oregon. SOU needs this 15 million or at least the 7.5 to get us through this year to ensure the students on campus can return to 2026 to 27 year, and we cannot afford to wait to the next biennial cycle while this university's liquidity reaches a breaking point. Support this item is an act of regional equity. It ensures that success for all Oregonians includes those in the South. And I move that we recommend the full release of the funds to the Legislative Emergency Board. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Middleton.
Thank you, Chair Heyman. And thank you, Ben, for that report and that setup here. I also am in support of this action and see Southern Oregon University as the university in Southern Oregon and work closely with them in my role at Rogue Community College, with a community college in the region. And I really want to appreciate the clarification that you gave, Ben, on that we're voting today on releasing funds, but we're not voting on how those funds will be utilized and the recommendations based on Deloitte and in conjunction with other stakeholders that the board will have that, the SOU board will have those decisions and that the responsibility. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Middleton. Commissioner Devlin.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ben, specific request here. I know that we do not have a meeting probably planned for July. I'm trying to remember the schedule in my head, just off the top of my head. Can we get a full update on where SOU is, at least at the F&A committee in August, so we know what actions have been taken? I mean, we'll hear next month, but I mean, to just see how they're progressing so that we don't really get surprised, you know, that maybe something isn't moving like we thought it would, or something's moving faster than we thought it would. If we could get that. The second thing is, we don't really have a forum here right now, and probably it's inappropriate that we comment on some of the suggestions before the Board of Trustees has a chance to basically make their decisions on those. But I do believe there are some legitimate concerns about some of the recommendations, particularly as it relates to some of the academic programs. My particular concern is as they downsize some of these programs is that there still are the courses available for teachers that want to teach mathematics, that there still are the courses available generally in mathematics, which is going to be actually integral to practically quite a few areas that people don't realize. And also that I think some of the things are a little bit optimistic in how soon the transitions can occur. And finally, I think probably one of the concerns I'd like to express is what steps are going to be taken to actually bolster the enrollment as you basically end up with perhaps several hundred students, half of which may choose to go to other institutions when this all comes to bear. Because if enrollment continues to decline, both by those students leaving and no improvement in enrollment, it kind of makes this very difficult for the numbers to come together in terms of revenue and expenditures.
Thank you. Other comments?
Just on the, just to your first request, Commissioner Devlin, yes, I didn't mention the regular reporting that SOU is required to do to us and to the legislature in connection with this work over the course, financial reporting and operational reporting over the course of the next year. And it will be, I think, a relatively simple matter for us to bring that forward to the commission, so you're aware too of those of that sort of monthly or bi-monthly progress that they're reporting.
Thank you. Thank you. Ben, I have, I don't know, a comment, observation, or something like that. First of all, I want to really appreciate your clarifying what it is that we're doing with this motion. I think it is well documented that the money is needed, and that was one of the criteria for our action. And it's certainly clear that they have a plan. I have reservations about the plan, but that's not our role at this point. And I want to make sure that we're clear that that isn't the action that we're taking. But our responsibility here is to make those funds available, or actually make a recommendation to the e-board that those funds be made available, in the hopes that a plan could be implemented that would certainly do the kind of work and that we all believe needs to take place there. So that clarification is very helpful to me, and I just want to make sure we understand that as we're just bring to a vote here. Commissioner Smith.
I believe Commissioner Lawson has had their hand up.
I can't see Commissioner Lawson, so there's no way for me to know that. Commissioner Lawson?
I will speak pending Commissioner Lawson's ability to get.
Please do.
Local. I totally support the emergency funding for Southern Oregon University. My concern is that by approving the amount, we're setting up the timeline for, I think it's a June 1st that a plan is adopted. I don't see a viable plan. I have real reservations, and I know we're not discussing it. I just want to be on record saying $500,000 for this delayed plan, concerning, many errors, and I'm really hoping their board of trustees considers deeply about the flaws in the recommendations. So my concern is that our appropriation is coupled with forwarding a plan on a very accelerated timeline, of which I don't see a plan. So, I mean, I will vote for $15 million infusion, but I just hope the deliberating body at Southern Oregon University hears the concerns of the community and evaluates their options and isn't feeling like they are tied to such an accelerated timeline that they don't have time to deliberate appropriately. That's all.
Executive Director Cannon, do you looked like you wanted to clarify?
Yeah, I mean, just as it relates to timing. So yes, the legislature did establish an expectation that SOU presents a plan for its long-term sustainability. And but the legislature did not, establish that SOU must, do exactly what the consultants that we required, are recommending. That is the responsibility of the SOU board to determine. I think it is worth just acknowledging the extraordinary difficulty of this situation for SOU and the community, and the way that the timing in particular adds to that. Transformation of higher education is difficult under any circumstance when it involves changing programs, changing employment, etc. To have to do make those types of changes under this sort of timeline, both for the planning and execution, is really, really extraordinarily difficult. And it's one of the things I think that creates a lot of risk to the university's ability to execute. The 15 million, just to be clear, and I think to give some credit to the legislature, the 15 million reflects the legislature's desire to prevent the university from going into an immediate or near immediate insolvency, and actually buy them some time to begin to execute. But the legislature also makes it pretty clear through this budget note that execution has to be in place and in effect within the next biennium, right? That budget hole, which today is, on the order of $15-20 million annually on about $100 million total funds budget, that has to be addressed. And to do that requires setting aside any arbitrary legislative deadlines. To do that effectively, to actually get at that type of budget deficit beginning in FY28, requires making decisions very, very soon, right? And so this timeline is being driven in part, yes, by legislative deadlines that could seem arbitrary, but I think are also quite necessary if the expectation is that SOU's budget deficit is solved for FY28 and beyond without emergency funding. So I think it's just important to acknowledge all those factors and say, yeah, that's what creates this extraordinarily difficult situation.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Still trying to, Commissioner.
I am
Lawson.
Thank you, Chair Heyman, and thank you, Commissioner Smith, for catching that. I had been waiting for quite a while. I just had one question and then a statement. I was wondering if staff could confirm whether the per program operating margin analysis in the Deloitte plan reconciled engineering technology sustaining fund revenue under OAR 715-013-0062 to the program lines that drive ETSF eligibility.
Commissioner Lawson, I'll have to confirm. I know that issue was flagged upon the release of the draft report. I believe it was data was updated by Deloitte, and Jim is confirming that. So the plan or the proposals that were released this week from Deloitte should reflect that funding.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And
I
then
saw a note there from Jim Pinker indicating that has been reconciled. So
right. Yes. And then I just had a statement after that question, if that would be allowed, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I just wanted to share with the commission that I am going to vote yes because the alternative, Southern Oregon University running out of operating mid-year cash is so much worse for students than the path that the legislature has set up under House Bill 5204. And I do want to be clear for the record that this vote authorizes the 15 million cash flow as request only. It's not an endorsement of any specific program elimination, layoff structure, or organizational redesign contemplated in the Deloitte plan that we saw. The SOU board votes on those questions tomorrow night, and I think that we need to allow them to make that decision and to just hear the community and not push them in any sort of way. I look forward to HEC's report to the Joint Emergency Board, reflecting the methodological questions about per program data raised by the SOU Computer Science Department's analysis, the comprehensive university designation under ORS 352.011, and the broader concerns documented that we saw in public testimony to this commission today.
Thank you, Commissioner Devlin. Commissioner Devlin, you have an additional comment.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just actually a question for Ben. I understand sometimes how language in legislation or in budget notes sometimes gets drafted with perhaps an unintended impact. Surely the legislature does not expect that SOU could survive with no additional funding beyond what it has now. Clearly, if you wanted to state it in the most conservative way, you'd say that they should rely upon only what they would anticipate at current service level and the legislature's history of what they appropriate compared to that. Not that there would be no increases in the future. That's literally a guarantee of insolvency.
Commissioner Devlin, I think your understanding is correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if no one has any other questions or concerns, I'd be happy to make a motion.
I have one more comment. Thank you, though. I do want to, it was brought up yesterday at the Funding and Achievement, just a recognition that while I certainly hope this is not the case, it is plausible that we could be facing a similar situation with another institution in the future. So as we take action here, I think we need to be thinking in terms of what kind of precedent we're setting, because there's going to be anticipation that we deal with other institutions similarly should we unfortunately be in that situation. We can hope that we're not, but I just want us to have that in mind as we move forward. Now, Commissioner Lawson, I would entertain a motion.
I move that the commission authorize staff to work with the governor's office and the chief financial office to prepare and submit a request to the Joint Emergency Board for the release of up to $15 million of the House Bill 5204 special purpose appropriation to HECC for Southern Oregon University operating support.
I'd like to second this motion.
I believe we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Yes.
Aye.
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 Any in opposition? None. The motion is approved. Action. Thank you, all of you. Very, I think, informing conversation as we address this important issue. We are actually going to break for lunch. We are 6 minutes early. Good. And we will reassemble at 1 o'clock. Yes. Thank you. Well, Guthrie, it's 1 o'clock. Are we ready?
We appear to be. A quorum looks present, and we have our next presenter, Jessica Ventura, on the call.
Fantastic. Guess we'll move on to that item.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm going to start my presentation if you just give me one moment here.
Great.
All right, everybody does that look good?
Yes.
Yep.
Awesome. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for making the time